Welcome, welcome. We are back again. So there's actually... Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I could hear that properly. But hello, welcome back to Great Ace Attorney, where you were in the middle of a case. I believe the last thing that happened was that these two fools right here, we were accusing of murder. That's always fun. Let's see if I can remember how to do any of these voices without being a complete weirdo about it. We were the only two up on that. Wait, no. Nope, that's... Hold on. You know what? You know what would have been smart is I'd done some vocal warm-ups before this, but that's okay. Let's see, yeah, because he's got kind of the... he's a banker, right? Yeah, so he got a little bit more... Only two up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. Nope, that is very not wrong. That's much more southern than it is British. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I suppose that's a good one. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck. That's a good question. That's a good point. Without the other noticing forthwith. They wouldn't have necessarily had to, if they, assuming that they were already inside, right? So, like, think about it this way. Assuming they, like, they wouldn't need to do something up on top. They could just kill him down below, climb up. Well, that's right, you see. Nah. We're innocent, I tell you. God, Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Good thing through the investigations of Scotland Yard, I remember that this man was a vampire, that much is for sure. The two witnesses share no common dealings. I don't trust couples anymore, and I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. You think this guy will ever have any modicum of confidence? My guess is no. We're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. I mean, yes? Might as well get some more information out of that if we can. So at another time, did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not.
Dickon! What the fuck, Dickon? No question about it, he said. None at all. Just checking for any facial things. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. I find that hard to believe.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
I do remember he was Irish. Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself. I boarded the omnibus alone and loaded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in.
Let me stop you there, Fedra, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all?
Ugh.
It is all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
Ugh. Oh, I saw you with my own eyes.
I suppose it is technically possible that McGilded's lying to us. It would just be... I don't know, this doesn't make sense. Oh, this is going so well. I can't tell if that was sarcasm or not. If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It certainly had been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what it is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you far drunkum, sir? Dinkum, sir?
The fuck is Fat Dink? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'll give you the keys of the vault if you can fall asleep in that bitter cold.
I mean, that's how people die of hypothermia.
And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's, extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No. It was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's highly surprising. Okay, that's a bit of a weird explanation, McGilded. Like, seeing things. Seeing things? Probably shouldn't put all the witnesses and the defendant all, like, right up next to each other like that.
I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point.
Ugh, you! Don't take it personal now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other Finn not do. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Okay, I'm starting to like him a little bit less now. This isn't the competition I should like to be involved in, really.
None of us know the first thing about the victim.
No, but you knew the suspect. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before?
Lumin no. Not once. Never.
He never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Has not had much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
Unless they were there for a hat.
You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Okay. Now that... I was about to say, I knew for a fact that one was a lie. Mr. McGilded? Yes, Consul. What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right? No, I wonder.
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. No. One is very much mistaken. Hardly this fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You bought a 20 guineas for me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest? You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, no. It's not a touch of begrudgery, is it? So the begrudgery might motivate the fellow to pass his crimes off on another. He's playing this rather well. Whether or not it's the truth is another matter, but boy, is he definitely selling the idea. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want me, sir? You do me making hats for a living, do you not? Not the top hat sign about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm just an apprentice, do you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for when a fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Godzilla said it last time, but, where is it? There it is. Oh, that distinctive touch, you mean? Yeah. Customers, such as Thrice-Fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of fraud, my lord.
This, you mean?
I can't help thinking that the portrait his hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. I saw the customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here I have the remote is connected to the victim, you see. Once again, unsure if that's the truth, but boy, is he playing it off real well. I arrest him a kiss. You're...
You little weasel. Ugh.
He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me interruption hold up the proceedings. Headhunter awarded. Skylight will shut the entire time, I tell you. I mean, you could have. Like, we just don't know that. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rug with you in a minute. That's what he said. Okay, neither of you are helping.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
That doesn't prove jack shit. So it is. Of course, by the size of Mr. Mason could lightly break right through it, still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Ugh. Now you hold on there, Minister. The size of the thing means nothing. On its own, let's consider a bit of picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? You're gonna destroy your teeth. Your dentist is not going to like that. I was running the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke the wind, loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stitch was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. But as red as rogue, I did. Wait, hold on, what did you say? Ah, okay. He said broke wind. For some reason, I thought that was a shorthand of broke the window, aka the skylight. No, he... That's why the judge says it was an unexpected confession. That's a weird thing to talk about. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about here first? The point is trying to open some... Oh, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
No, oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. The skylight doesn't open, you say? So that proves it. We couldn't have kicked the victim down to the cabin below, I tell you. Neither of us could. Nobody mentioned anything about kicking anyone.
Like I said, these details are little nuts at best. It's the mother lode we should be looking for. If you're so sure the victim out through the skylight, where's your proof?
Proof.
That's right, I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
What did you call us both? Shishers. Shizers.
Shiz.
Brand us as criminals.
We're just gonna skip right past that. You call us liars, that's what it means. And accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. That'd be fun to watch, though. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. I don't know if we have that. Alright, let me see what we've got. Clouds, we got the crime scene photograph. It's mine. Got the ledger. Oh, wait. They weren't the only ones up on the deck, because technically the driver's up there too. Except I can't present people, so that's not evidence. Is there anything on here that I've possibly missed? Well, let's see what the other statements are. Alright, we're the only two people on the lot roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, oops, too far. None of us know the first thing about the victim. I mean, I'm pretty sure we know that his name is in here, so... The first thing about the victim, we had no reason to kill the man. Skylight was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Oh, wait. Let's go back inside. Let's see if we can find something. Let's go inside again. Look at the roof. Because we know there's this here. Blood on the floor. But then up here... For a good view, there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch, so I suppose it can be opened from inside. So actually, you know what? Interestingly enough, that kind of disproves earlier. You can't open it from the inside, only from the outside. You'll certainly see inside the carriage. There's a lamp inside. Please, I want you to see the thing that I'm seeing. There is a latch there, I know that. Okay, entire time we couldn't possibly have opened it. I'm going to take a chance on this one. Because I really don't have any other idea of what I'm doing. There's clearly some... Nope. Okay, I messed up.
There's clearly something wrong with you indeed. In your behavior, Counsel.
Oh. Please, don't blame me.
It would be significantly easier if you would lower your hand.
I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence. As long as it's quite quick. Sorry, just look at one thing real fast. Couldn't possibly have opened it. Naruhodo, a single stab wound to the abdomen. Tetcher's ledger. Gloves. The first thing, we had no reason to kill the man. Let me look at this again. 'Cause the only thing this will really tell us is that Fairplay's name is in here. And there's not multiple pages. There's full gentlemen's names. Yeah, no. I don't think this is gonna help. There's the knife. Oh, that's the two. That's not a blade. That's Cosmic Soul. That's not funny. Okay, we had no connection to the victim. I mean, this... Out is clearly visible, his face is partly obscured by the old crooked hat. Death as a single stab wound. I was worried that I was an instant. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Maybe not something obvious, but I'm missing something. Don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Hello, hello, Punisher. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to figure... I swear to that. What in the world am I missing? God, I love that's so funny that that's there. Is there anything up on the bench that I missed? Roof deck. What's our one of those? People sit on that. Hey. Not even drag around the city. This is just the same thing, right? Yeah. Maybe there's something I missed when I was pressing them. I missed someone's reaction. Seeing them both. Talking with this man here. No, no. Without that, you were engaged in. What's something going on here? I can look at the court record. I can look at people right now. That's right. Beppo was up there, technically on the roof deck, but we don't have enough information. Straw's not giving me any information to work with here. But to be fair, if she's telling the truth, she wouldn't have been able to see anything anyways. There's some kind of no. I mean, well, he fell asleep, but he was inside, so it doesn't count. He said it's impossible. No. Keys to the vault. No. Because we already did the whole thing of the fact that they knew. If not the fact that they knew, like that first knew Mason. And Fairpay knew McGilded. So I don't necessarily have evidence that Fairplay said that he knew that he knew the victim. Unless, except for the debtor's ledger maybe, but no. Not helpful in the slightest. Neither of us knew the first thing. Okay, so he does say technically neither of us, so why don't we just go ahead and present this and see what happens. His last name was clearly at odds with this piece of evidence. No.
Unsure, but I fail to see the connection.
Heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you are wont to wear? That's the only panic-stricken look I know. That's basically the only look he has. Gosh darn it. Neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. From trauma. Defendant's glove, omnibus, knife. We don't have a lot of evidence. We really don't. You had never met him before. Nope, none of them are helpful. He never met the man before. How many different ways can I put this? No, we've already done this part. Because next he's going to say neither of us. That's right, this is about motive. Oh, right, because I didn't continue this. Maybe we could have... That's right. This is about motive. And we had none. No, motive. And, well, That's not all, is it? Ah! There's my block with you in a minute now. Come on, there's gotta be something around here. Like, just showing us that it's not closed currently changes nothing. There's of course fellow size Mr. Mason can likely break right through it still and all. Just looking at the size of this thing. So if that as it happens, unexpected confession. Yes, yes, yes. We're all terribly sorry about your bowel troubles, I guess. I don't know. Daggers at me. When is red as a rogue? Rouge. Red as a rouge. Yeah, that's fair. The point. God, that's him gnawing on that thing. That drives me crazy. Oh, I heard something. Oh, I did. Here's the thing. I never noticed that they actually had their. I'm pointing at it on my screen. I don't know why, but like, she knows that that's a lie.
Excuse me.
That it can't be opened. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. It opens. The skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? This is what we're talking about, right? Oh, right, I forgot about the gun. All of them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. I had a great haul. I mean, purse is coming out my ears.
Mr. Strahd, this is not the form to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't opt off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch of them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims.
Simple enough to prove. Just go click. Ooh. You in trouble now? Oh, it's not even a hinge, it's a slider. Oh, my hat. See? Ooh, that puts a big damper into their innocence.
Order, order, order. Rope, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. Skylight opens. Huh. It's from the roof deck. Never would have guessed. You know, I saw the thing there, but who knew? It's like, you fucking idiot. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. I'm trying to investigate for myself. I tried to investigate for myself and you wouldn't let me. Oops, wrong button. Wrong evidence. I need this one. Let me take a look at that skylight. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh, okay, now we need to go investigate inside. This might give us a good clue as to what we're looking at here. Well, hello. Hello, do you see what I see? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you three, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me?
Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a bloodstain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
The details of the omnibus have been updated in the court record.
Good. That's exactly what I was looking for. Proof that the body was up top. Which means he was killed before he got there. Objection. Before he got down below, whatever, words. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What? That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I'll tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof. Here, in this courtroom. In this court. I feel like I need to make his voice deeper while also keeping the accent. That vampire thing going on.
Also,
my lord,
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell through the roof deck through the skylight. From the roof deck through the skylight.
Simple enough. Where to go? There it is, about to say. I was on the wrong side. Would have been terrifying. Oh, I didn't want you. No, stop. I already read all this. Moving on. Please, push us through. This button. There we go.
By Jupiter, is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Screaming! Haha, fools.
Order.
Oh.
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stopped from inside the cabin.
It only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, that would be very convenient.
Oh.
And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Find yourself a nice large blood stain there. Just all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a far height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all lies.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, sir. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guilty carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three, then. Everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
What you got here, prosecutor?
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, I don't want you to be referring to that now, Lord Van Zykes.
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why? What the fuck you got now?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait. What? What are you talking about? It's there. It's there for all to see. And it's clearly blood. It's literally right there.
I personally attended Scotland Yard investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-toothed comb.
Uh-huh.
So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But what?
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session.
I'm sorry, what? What's the bottom of it? I must say I didn't expect such cruel reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zykes. That is quite the accusation. You really need proof. See, this is why you always take pictures of the evidence all around before, like, literally just constantly, like, when it's found, while it's in evidence, all the time. But I'm Magnus McGilded. I've had it known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoid getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Once again, that is some serious accusation there. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Oh, he's got the wine back out. How's he gonna break this glass this time? Who knows?
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zykes. This will not do, to be sure. Read now, Consul. Oh, no. No, of course not. Absolutely. I think it's fair to say, this all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Unfortunately, it also sounds very likely and highly probable. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if used with all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the word and his wife seeing? I mean, he makes a good point. Isn't that right now, Consul? It's true. It must have been in full view the entire time. No. Lies. It has not. There was one time, and one time only, when it was not. When no one had their eyes on the omnibus. When Gina Lestrade pulled up a smoke bomb.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... Okay. Probably shouldn't actually admit this in court, but you know what? He's got integrity, and so we're going to stick with it. It could have been possible. There was a... As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Good gracious! Explain yourself, Consul. Yes, there is. It seems my little Nipponi's friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take? As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. But then the question becomes, who? Because I kind of, to be honest, don't want to blame Miss Lestrade, but you never know. I kind of like her. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Why are you doing this to your own client? To be fair, he kind of got thrown into this situation. What are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gouger! Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. Tis a wicked plot. Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies, such as? To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. The one that we couldn't investigate until after we found Gina Lestrade. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, in all Van's legs, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I am afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there is not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I'm sure that there is. Let me just take a look. The fact that it has that it says a Phoenix Wright omnibus. Other than that, legitimately, I don't know. There's not much else here, really. Is there anything else weird? Wait. I mean, the only thing that might be weird is this, right? Well, no, okay, never mind. It's in a spot where it could have fallen from his chest. It would have slid down. What else? I don't know. There has to be, right? But this is empty when it shouldn't be. This bloodstain is here when it wasn't before. So what else is weird? The two bloodstains? I guess it would be this then, right? Because if he was here, the blood could have pooled down there. If he... Oh, you know what? This is weird. I wasn't sure about it before, but I'm thinking about now. It could just be the way the game is, but if he fell on his back, like we're saying he did, the blood should not be pooled like this, because the knife did not go all the way through his body. There was not a hole coming out of the back of Mr. Mason. And even if
If there was, then maybe it would pool like this. But otherwise, there should only be blood coming up from his chest. And if it did get on the floor here, it would be coming from the sides. And there should be an outline of his body there, or at least a lot more splattered. But no, this is a very static pool of blood, as if it had pooled in that spot, like in another way. That's the only thing I can think of. My lord?
Yes, Consul.
There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. Oh, wait.
At the start of the trial?
Okay, never mind. That was there the whole time. A mark that could not have been there at the start of the trial. Shit, what the fuck are you talking about? What am I talking about? I'm the protagonist here, oh no. Now, that being said, I feel like I don't remember seeing that bloodstain at the beginning, but that'd be a much harder thing to fake at that point. A mark. I don't know. I really don't. What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, a little maggot, you'd better start washing your back.
Objection.
Silence, McGilded. You court the rights to the defense's clarification.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Consul. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
It can't be. It really can't be, right? It's way too obvious, but also the fact that it's so obvious is kind of what's messing me up, because I feel like I didn't see it the first time I checked the omnibus, but
Got it!
if we consider that the victim okay, they gave him a British accent for whatever reason. I guess it's because that's how he knows English, is through Britain, but is British, but still. If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord! Maybe I didn't miss it.
Yes, I do believe you're correct, Consul.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. This is not careless? Well, careless maybe, slip of the tongue now. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone. I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Oh no. Also didn't really give that line a whole lot of energy, but you know what, it's fine. Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell you. Oh, he looks a lot angry. A lot angrier than he did before. Oh, even Mr. Memory, recollection. What people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts how it counts, and the facts is that bloodstain is there now. That's why you need photos. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good fellow and Reaper that barely has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. He's not wrong. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, this particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible... Oops. Drop my controller. Any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say, though, it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zykes, what is your position?
Do you have photos?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
And in walks Sherlock Holmes, the man who takes pictures of everything like you're fucking supposed to. You took one photo. You took one goddamn photo of the victim, and that's it. Idiots.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for this trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... This becomes a very interesting moment. At this point, he's definitely guilty. Like, I'm starting to get that, like, nah, for sure. But do I say that? Is that the right thing? I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Okay, except that's not technically how it works. There's reasonable doubt that he's innocent, and by extension, he is innocent.
Gracious me! Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. The defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. It's a fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? This is just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. On your closing statement there was, as you put it now, nothing more than a formality. In other words, everyone in this courtroom now knows that he's guilty, but...
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we have seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish which would be disposed of promptly, as I say. This thing of Rich always get you something. You... mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us that lovely park.
Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
And okay, I'm guessing then that Strongheart, I don't think fucking Lionheart. Strongheart knew that this would happen because he knew that McGilded was the defendant. He knew that there was basically no way for him to lose. So why was this my test? Was it a test of character or something else? I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
And that was us. We still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Von Zykes. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
I mean, he's not entirely wrong. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me there's all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue the matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you have more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
And that's why Zykes came back for this particular case. Because he knew that McGilded was on the stand and he wanted to catch that son of a bitch. For all the numerous bullshit he's probably put people through. Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty.
I don't feel good about that. Apparently no one else does either. Why are you setting off fireworks inside the courtroom? Who the fuck, what kind of idiot are you? Burn the whole place down, why don't you? Make it easy. Holy shit. Our first case in Britain was very interesting. Believe it, this is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. Fuck. On the one hand, it's like, God, all things considered, like, that's technically how it should go, but... because there's plenty of reasonable doubt, but... that is definitely a case of the police and the prosecution bungling situation and being like, take more photos. This is why photos are so important. Evidence. Everything. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, essentially a victory for us. Strongheart, I have words for you. Son of a bitch. February 18th, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial for foreign soil made your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. It was great. Everything was... we did a great job as a defense lawyer. Right up until the end. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Although, I will say, interestingly enough, this is kind of the thing that I always talk about Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney is always the thing about... it's like, my client is clearly innocent. Yes, you've proven your point. Now, who is guilty? What? Who was the actual guilty one? It's like, I don't fucking know. That's not my job. Well, someone's going to prison. What? But in this case, nope, that's not what happened. Hi, that you did. Mr. McGilded? And that girl's with them too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? Oh, the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them by now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, I'm sure it was. And of you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. I don't know what you're saying, fella. How did I walk out of there free man then? That... Fuck. Shit. That is true. There are definitely moments where it's like, by all accounts, he would have been found guilty at one point or another, if not for us. I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hey! They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. And the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. Let's see it for what it is. We'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Wait, a rich man who actually pays taxes? What the fuck kind of fiction reality we living in? It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your trouble, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much, but I will. How to be wise? You're a humble people, are you? You're from the east. Well, if you insist. We'll have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Except, also, like, we're lawyers, we get paid for this shit, so.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe.
Oh, but not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. Just time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help what I can. This is a gentleman's duty, so it is. Motherfucker. You can plant more fucking evidence. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a whale of a time with your studying here in Great Britain. Fucking bastard. And there he goes. The free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Oh, off she goes. Bye, Lestrade. In about a minute after you use the gun. Alright, bye. Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mrs. Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry? I hate all grown-ups. Now here's a question. Yes. Oh. Oh my god, I didn't even realize Susato was younger than her. That's interesting. Here, Susato, you go make friends for a moment. I'll deal with, I think this is probably... there you are. Oh, what? Who? Oh, who's the little girl? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. Oh, I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Ha! Uh-oh. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Oh, shit, that's, everyone take 5 steps back. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. Well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you had to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do you have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you'll come on with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You may say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. No, I have two very similar voices for these two. It's very difficult. Come along then. Follow me. Who can say no when you have a rocket launcher pointed at your face? Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. He'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. I feel like I need an explanation for the things that just happened. She was alive, the one. What just happened? Do you have an explanation for what just happened? Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. The sooner we'd arrived in London, we had to rush here. All traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend a day in search of lodgings. But at this late hour of the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. That's right, what's 18 o'clock? Oh, that's 6 p.m. Oh dear God, yeah. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worse comes to worse, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. How 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or a mansion. Or two. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Dun dun dun! We're not still in case 3.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
Of course.
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
It was obviously Mr. McGilded then. Oh, and someone's inside. Okay, that's even worse.
No. Oh, good.
Open the door.
There's someone in there.
Go open. Hey, look at the judge.
This can't be.
This can't be. Let's listen to Zykes. See what he sounds like. Talk, my dude. Give me a voice to base you off of. Motherfucker. Only ever get us those objections. Okay, so the instant you start seeing someone banging on that door, go fucking open the goddamn door. The realm of the Reaper. Go run to the door, damn it. Don't just leave it there. Handle will probably be very hot. That's why you take off that giant ass coat of yours, throw it on front of on your hand, grab the handle, and fling it open. Now it's probably locked. That is definitely true. But the adventure of the clouded kokoro. The what? The clouded kokoro. My kokoro go doki doki. Episode 4. The adventure of the clouded kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Yeah, boy. February 19th, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Brody, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the room, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Oops. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place.
Good morning to you at this early hour. There we go.
Oh, yes, Straighten my back up seeing this man. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susan is amazing. She hasn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the most imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you, sir. And, in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh.
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer.
Just like that?
My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
Blah, 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 we've already been through this. We were literally here 10 seconds ago. What a snake. Best I got for him. Snake. A very Irish snake. And it's also interesting to think. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
Oh, he was the one in the... Okay, you know, I was thinking that he might have been, but oh. No, what? Mr. McGilded is... dead? Hold on, play it back. Strongheart, what the fuck? Why are there... What was with the birds? Why are they in your chambers? Why are those in your office?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Time enough to talk.
What? I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yeah, I was kind of all up and down that thing. Of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak. But already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. To examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. That's why I could be present for it myself. What are the series of events that led to this man's death?
An investigation of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded. Do you think it was Zykes? He didn't really seem all that a surprise to see it lit up in flames.
So, how do you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san is such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Stop reading my thoughts.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
Most advanced in the world, is it?
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Strongheart knew this would happen because... Is something funny?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, yes and no? No, not really? Well, I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind?
That is to say, no one has died, as of yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly.
Thank goodness.
Christ. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in the courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial.
Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Oh.
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Ugh, here we go again. Always tossing me in the most unfavorable situations.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking.
Can you at least tell us where to start looking, where to go?
There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, you said there was plenty of time.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh.
Another thing? Continue.
On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me.
Something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he never made it out.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Never had a chance if he ever made it to Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attention on the matters at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details.
How long has he been there? What? Is this Lestrade?
So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell.
Now, are you Mr. Lestrade? Are you Gina's dad? There's something, probably not, but maybe. There's something very important I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Was that fish and chips? Sir, are you eating lunch? And can I have some? I already ate lunch, but now I'm hungry again. We already know all this. I don't need to see all this again. I was trying to inspect I wanted to inspect the inspector. Oh my god, go forward. Go forward. Yes, we're still wondering about that whole situation from the boat. Okay. You, sir. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Well, the weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do? Wait, what accent would he have? What's the weather got to do with it? No. I don't know why I'm suddenly having trouble. I should probably a little bit deeper. Trying to imagine a voice.
Listen to me, young Japanese upstart. Something frippy about the weather, and I'll get every English chicken eaten out of your hand, you know?
South Antonio was foolproof.
Oh, busy man, I'm a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the big wig these days. Not because of some bumpkin who's here on the job from a country I've never even heard of.
Wow, thanks.
Ain't that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters.
She'll need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Yeah?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's Mr. Naruhodo. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
Yeah?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. And the winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How'd she pull that off? She's got that calm and that gravitas that you just ain't got.
No, well, Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. My name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Sato-san? Does the detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato. Well, he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Yes. Yep. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yards. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
Well, that's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with, I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not. It's not more sinister than the man on the street. You are always looking at me now, and whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors? Are you quite sure?
It's just they start appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Welcome to existence. Unfortunately, the answer is probably yes.
Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. Sure as eggs is eggs.
Sure. Okay. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. Alright, just tell us about what the fuck's going on. So, how about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before?
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it could be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
The young woman was walking along the pavement on Broad Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a solid takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. We're still free, Inosuke. You may enter now.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. Barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baron Sykes.
No!
Sounds like you heard of him then.
Yeah, we technically beat his ass in court yesterday. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Sykes. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Tell us more about this Reaper. Looks more like a vampire. Lord Baron Von Sykes, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? So many flashbacks. When Van Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. I suppose, even technically speaking, that yesterday's trial, that would also be true. Damned to hell. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Was that it? No. Oh, this just got so much more sinister. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Sykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Oh, he didn't say anything when we said that. I think this is normal. Oh, shit.
What of it?
Oh? Well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded became a crop on that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't really say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Sykes could get the guts to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. Well, that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Okay, this just got so much more interesting. Because I was about to say, if he's just another Edgeworth, another Edgeworth miracle worker who just, or everyone else in previous Ace Attorney games, like, they've never lost a case. Not even once. Like, you put a lot of innocent people in jail, haven't you? It's like, no, this is worse. This is so much worse. Every person that's been found guilty gets hanged. Or, master jail time if they're not a murderer, but I assume Zeke mainly deals in murder. And attempted murder. But, even those found innocent, oh boy. Now, this becomes the ultimate question, right? Is it Sykes doing it? Or is it someone else? Is it someone who's praying, those who, and it just looks like it's always, or it's connected to him. Are we really supposed to believe that?
Oh, this is good. You want a bite of this?
It's like, not really.
You're right. I've been chewing off this one. COVID and all that.
What's COVID?
Oh, you'll learn about it in a few hundred years. Here, take this one. It's like this. Has that been in your pocket this whole time? Only once or twice. Once or twice. Wait, you mean you brought it out multiple times? Yeah, something like that. Alright, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crop scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
Well, that's correct, ma'am. Head over to the holding cell as you can meet the criminal himself.
Branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Looking like a leaf in a cell he is. Give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jail and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recalled the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man that they've arrested is innocent... You could well imagine you'd be shaking like a leaf in a cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Off to the first trial that's actually similar to the other trials of the previous games. Let's start... Let's start with the scene of the crime. We have to go to both anyways. February 19th. Briar Road. Oh, that sunlight we were talking about earlier is all gone. So this is where it happens. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see them with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course! I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. I think. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of those bobbies and be butted on the head by one of those metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no, an English bobby would never do such thing. This is a land of gentlemen, you know? Uh-huh. Sure. Alright, well, let's see what we're dealing with. A lot to look at. Scotland Yard carriage. Vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, how do we find a good stone? No, I was not being serious. I appreciate the dedication, but we're not doing this today. Get arrested another time. What's with the snowman? What a delightful snowman. Didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf. Look. You need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Anything else of interest? Hello, Bobby. As one of the officers from Scotland Yard, please are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure if that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to, it doesn't. I'm sure it's blah blah blah. I'm sure it's your wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. You have to say it like it is. One of the officers. No. Nope. Same thing. Moving on. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oh, what are you foreigners doing here? Just investigating the scene, officer. This barman with that mustache fella from Japan, What? Oh, Hosanaga's here. Finally. Conspiring. Come in, it's Roy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an eye. Go on. God damn it. You shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. That means Mr. Hosanaga's here. Good. Friendly face. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone's been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. Bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. This poor fool. He knows not of what he speaks. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. Ever tried walking on stilts and fallen over? I know you'd agree with me. Have you tried that? We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. I think you're a bit young for that, but that's fine. What's with this building? That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Yeah, a long and interesting history getting beat to shit. Look at it. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, and ideally with reasonably level floors. Oh, look at the windows of that building over here. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. I have a feeling... There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed in all black. All in black. A rude coachman might not see you, and you can be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. I have a feeling there's not much we can do here until we go talk to our defendants. Oh dear God, this is so much worse than it is in the future. Holy shit. Local prison, cell 9. So these are British prison cells. This looks more like a dungeon. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Thank you, Shisato. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells were a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. It's so dark back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop boiling at the back of the cell. Show your face at once. Hold on a second. That doesn't look right. Oh my god, wait. What? What the hell? Nice, everyone. So, we must have left the scene that led you directly to the cult. Hold on a second. Question? I'll be right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Nope, okay. We're good. It's just way far behind for whatever reason. That's weird. Wow, I have dropped so many frames. What is wrong with my internet today? Hold on a second. The recording should at least be fine, but... Try and lower my bit rate, see if that helps any. I've been rather unstable today, but... Might have to take a pause on this because there's something wrong. Something very, very wrong. It looks like it's back. I just don't know. What's wrong? Because all the previews I'm looking at are way, way behind. That's not right. Well, shit. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can have someone else come and take a look. See if it's messed up for anyone else. This is... something doesn't seem right. like I'm looking at a playback, but it's like it's frozen and it's way far behind. Or it's like just the image is frozen, the audio is fine. I don't know why. I've never seen this before. But OBS looks fine. I don't see any problems here. I'm just gonna stop and restart. See what happens. Alright, let's try that again. Double check my stream key. What? Okay, we are back. We're going again. Okay. Let me see now. Let's see how this does. Is this any better? Well, we're back up, and appears to be moving. So unfortunately, the stream looks like I probably would have skipped a fair bit, but we're actually moving. So I'm going to say that that was very weird, and I have no idea what happened. And we're just going to keep going. And hope that it's fixed. Am I? My cat has yet with no name. Calling me by a number is utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Oh, now I'm just like, who? Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh, is it Mr. Wait. Who the hell are you? Hello? You're not Hosanaga. Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet. 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 Alright, so not British. Hi, Wes. Hi. Yeah. Is everything working finally? Are we good? I'm just kind of worried about how long the stream was broken and it wasn't working properly. Never played an Ace Attorney game? They're very fun. They're very weird. But welcome. Yeah, it's good for you. Okay, yeah. Because just a few minutes ago, I realized there was something wrong with the stream. I was like super far behind. And like audio was fine, but the video was like frozen and only updating rarely. So I was like, I have no idea what's going on. What's wrong with it? But it seems restarting the stream fixed it. But okay. Anyways, we just started another case. So this is our current defendant, our client that we will be defending in court tomorrow. But first we still have investigating to do. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Sir, are you all right? Your eyes look kind of weird and messy. Right, so could I ask you, who exactly... There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost. A ghost? getting on with you, Susato? I have no idea. You mean you know harm, prisoner-san? Are you Japanese, by any chance? Oh, look at his eyes. Now he's clear. This is... Behold, beyond my wildest dreams! I'm sorry, what? Oh, great, he's lost his mind again. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. I don't... Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us turned out to be a fellow Japanese, and a man who's apparently lost his marbles. Yeah, so many characters in Ace Attorney are just off the walls kind of bonkers. This guy's new kind, very new kind. What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will! Shut, stay sullen and silent. Okay, I was trying to think of who this guy makes me think of. He's an older, like, middle-aged, like, mustachioed version of fucking Aoyama from My Hero Academia. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am visiting students sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Sosuke Natsume. Uh-huh. Need a little bit... Sasuke Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Sasuke, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. Something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku. That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Well, I mean, I guess you're technically not alone in that regard. Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you do it. No. What do you mean? If they told me that's to study English literature, that I could have understood. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. You know what? That's fair. I agree with him. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I attended a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. I'm losing the thread here, my dude. You need to talk simple. Talk simple to me, please. You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes. So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Just tell us what the fuck happened yesterday. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sasuke-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Well, I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd have seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated again. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. I have so many questions about you, about why you are the way you are. So Sasaki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. Okay, what you were here for? There was a snowman out at the scene of the crime. What are the odds someone hid inside of a snowman? Is that possible? In Ace Attorney, the answer is yes, but is it actually what happened? The answer is who the fuck knows. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I had been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? Might as well, everything else was. So I was walking along that accursed pavement. I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. That doesn't sound good for you, Oh, how terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. So if it was as he was passing her, that would also explain why he didn't see the attacker, I guess, because they would have been behind him. I was terrified I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Sasaki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Okay, now that's a mood. I see. A young woman known to Sasaki-san. At the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? How great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? There was no motive, but also no other suspects. What do you mean, Susanoo-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Sasaki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But wait, if that's the case, how did they catch him? Why is he the one that's here in the prison cell right now? Surely this man has to be the culprit. No. Ugh, you? What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Everyone seems to be able to read my mind in this game. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sasaki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there's nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the oh, fucking god. Of course it was. Of course it was the himbo. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody bygone. Now you be cursed until the end of your days. Hairlock Sholmes. Okay, close. Not entirely his name. Close. I knew it. Oh, it's been a bit, hasn't it? Mr. Sholmes? Wait. Ah, crap. Actually, this is a good thing. If Mr. Sholmes is saying that you did it, congratulations, you're definitely innocent. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me.
I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That's Sherlock Sholmes. It's actually just Sherlock Sholmes. He's English, not German. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak-stooped kitten of a man. I mean, weird thing to call yourself, but generally the only people calling themselves kittens or cat things are people like Wisp over there. But you're more of a cat boy. You're more of a tiger. That's fine. Where are you? I don't know. What a great detective process led him to his deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me, in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Oh, fuck. Like, yes, I do, and yeah, I'm fine." Next thing I knew, I was in medicals. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid. That's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Please don't tell me you accidentally said yes to "did you do it?" Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Okay, oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. When we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes. Alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Okay, you don't need to put it that way. That sounds weird. Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. Fucking what now? But that armband has the mark of defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, not the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there's only one victim of myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though but fucking shit. Reading is hard. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sasaki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. Heard them openly laughing about me before. In my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. You're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people, this country, and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me, in my native tongue.
You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Saseki-san, it's just that when I look into your eyes, I don't know what I see. I see a... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Alright, see you later, Wisp. Have fun. Enjoy the movie. Waiting for you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You don't have to keep... Okay, that's fine. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Oh, great. Okay, anything else? We don't have any evidence to present to you. You have fun here, sir. Try not to freeze to death in the cell. Ah, there's Mr. Gregson.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the torch trails, I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. Bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. The verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh.
Stone cold air of rejection. It burns my soul. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, madam.
Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part.
Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on, I suddenly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, I'm back a bit.
I had no idea. Yeah, that's interesting.
Bobby works for the people of the town. Just another one of his duties.
God, imagine if you got woken up by the police today. Nowadays, boy, very different situation. Absolutely not. No, don't do that.
After that, it starts to patrolling the streets all day long. That's to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. It is. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the glass street lamps.
Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
That's not bad. Always take rest. Food, water. Everyone get some water right now. General stuff. Like, get some rest in. Make sure you sleep. Don't work yourself to death. I had always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. So, maybe how about we both just kind of skip the yard and we'll just continue on our day.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the young lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. I have a feeling a lot of this is going to hinge on her waking up.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go.
Where the... Bless your soul. Because all I can think about is how Edgeworth would keep every little bit of information secret up until the last little bit. Jesus Christ. That being said, Gumshoe would give us information. He just, you know, generally got tricked into it. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered in the court record. Cool.
Anyway, as far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, but there's still questions. Well, I know Master Matsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. She's got a point.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What?
We have two very reliable witnesses, no less.
Wait, okay, hold on. If there was no one else around, how do we have witnesses?
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
There were witnesses now? But wait, if he couldn't see them, how could they see him? Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
Fellow's wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Ooh, that makes it so much worse. A policeman? That might change things. It's gonna complicate things a fair bit. I think we might be in trouble. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that.
Except, you didn't catch him banging the act because he wasn't caught until Sherlock Holmes brought to him the next day. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Now, no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. I don't actually know if lawyers generally do see witnesses beforehand. Probably? To some degree? I don't know. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this can make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What are you bothering him up for?
Was it something I said? Color strained from his cheeks. Gosh darn it, so many things to talk about.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch that case with a barge pole.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
Oh, the people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals? The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, sunshine.
Wait. That threw my accent completely off. Whatever terrible accent I had going.
That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. Though this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of the Darkness?
Jesus Christ, every time anyone talks about this man, just more and more vampire. Definitely a vampire.
I'll have to ask him myself at tomorrow's trial.
We're really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it.
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned him. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle.
Huh?
That man's an amateur. I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Okay, you know what? Something we actually agree on.
Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but it turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around, spot incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble.
Ah!
Ever seen these before?
Oh, yes, that's Rance Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appear.
Yes, well, a wonderful publication, as you put it, seems fit to include several Yard's detectives in its stories. The so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. Just getting with the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element to that.
We'll work our socks off, every one of us. We'll be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. Man's as dangerous to Scotland, to us at Scotland Yard, as he is to all of our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship.
Basically what it was like for the real books, too. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Well, at least she's honest. Trouble is, we have no idea the man's address even. So, it's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Shisada-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, there's nothing else to talk to him. He's the one who gave us this. Let's take a look at it. This is going to be important later, I'm sure. But as of right now, it's pretty much meaningless. Alright. Oh, whoops. Let's head down to Baker Street. See what the great detective has to say about all of this. Oh, animated. Alright. Wasn't expecting this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just up there, overlooking the street. Good day.
Just up there, overlooking the
Thanks
street.
again.
221B.
The residence of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
oh crap. Miss Hudson. I want to meet Mrs. Hudson. February 19th, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. Well, it definitely looks like a Sherlock Holmes suite. Is that described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Mr. Sato-san? Hello? Don't go conking it out on me now. Oh, yep. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes? I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Could you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Hold on, let me check. I mean, the thing that motor that I have in there that passes for my heart is going at regular speed, so. Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Okay, you just... It's funny, when we first met you, you seemed much more serious. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, what the... Hello? This is a big new case for Mr. Sholmes. Hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Hi, do you not recognize... Okay, I'm sure it's the same girl. No one else would wear an outfit like that. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? Hello, Maya. Welcome. The law is weird. I fought the law, and so far the laws I'm having a back and forth with the law. Haven't won yet, haven't lost yet. It's a thing that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Waria? King William Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. I was so close. I'm pretty sure I was very close to not stumbling at any point. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susasan recognizes her too. The inventor of that smoke grenade gun. Forward to the trial room. Blah blah. Yes. We still don't have your name, young miss. You have a very nice steampunk outfit going on. I'm a big fan of it. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. You have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're here to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Okay, question. I don't think we told you any of that. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh. Hold on. That threw me for a loop. Is this Mrs. Hudson? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? I have a feeling that we have a real, like, the real brains behind the operation. Is this girl here? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Wilson? Oh, it's not quite Watson. It's definitely not Hudson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say your name is Wilson? Wait, wasn't Wilson the name of, Sholmes' friend? That's right, I think this is Watson. Is this Watson? Wait, did Wilson have a daughter? Poor bastard that died in the first case? What's the matter with Susano-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. What are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susanoo Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. You know what? Sure. Susie and Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Why are... Stop reading my mind. It's fun. Also weird. Okay. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. 2 of them, to be fact. Oh, nope, there it is. Like this. Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh, yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Jenny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Talking like a big boom, little boom. Anyway, I brought Jenny back here after that, so she could apologize to our trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course. I'm sorry, what? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective has such a interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Yeah, no, I don't know where Ryunosuke was getting that idea. It's like, absolutely not. Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind asking me, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Okay. Okay. Elizabeth Sholmes, she has a degree in... What? Wait. Okay, this whole time, I was thinking that... Wait. Okay, so... brain stopped working. Was it not Mr. Wilson that was the victim in the first murder trial of the game? And he was friends with Mr. Herlock Sholmes. But if this is also Wilson, is she the actual author? Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh, yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. Yep, there it is. My stories? That's right. Hedy is always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. Son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. You see, in the real canon of the Sherlock Holmes books, Watson writes the books based off his own experience, right? So he's actually there, and he's generally writing from his perspective. That's how those books work. This is, oh, he told me the story, so I wrote it down and published it. It's like, ah, shit. So that means that they're definitely not true. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you on our secret if you like. I'm gonna call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Oh. So the Speckled Band that we heard at the beginning of the second case, that was purely an investigation, it was a future story that had not yet been written. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, well that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? Okay, so there's a little bit of embellishment on both their parts. It seems mostly on hers. So, do you mean to say the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rance magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susan's getting more and more worked up. Yes, John H. Wilson, that was the man who died. Oh, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true, too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old. At 10 years old. This person's got Caden beat. Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. Yes, I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, that sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susan, she looks like her whole world is just falling apart. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. We don't talk about Runo, no. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, wait. Are we doing this again? First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh! So I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Caesar's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. Oh, really? So, that told me that even though you had only just take that again. That told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate in a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe you must have just accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having been a bit home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved just another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runa has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Damn, she's actually good. Holy shit, you want a real detective? Forget about Sherlock Holmes, I want her on my team. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there is to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Damn, that was good shit. They're just straight up speechless. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying her your style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, sifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, sifty-looking stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. It seems there were witnesses after all. Early used his great deduction powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, sifty-looking stooped man shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Yeah, tell that to the entirety of Case 2. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Ernest says that London is rife with crime. Oh, Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying these criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. And now we're back into the original OG Ace Attorney dealings. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice. If it's the world's greatest justice system, they would have more funding. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, I suspect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the men's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, won't you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this won't make an inspector help us, will it? Almost sounds like blackmail. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Well, look there. I'm going to return to write my manuscript, The Speckled Band. I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. Sorry, just pulling something up real fast. Wait, sorry about that. I had to pause it. Okay. Come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris' curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued in part 2 right now. I'm gonna save going. Also wondering if I might extend a little bit because I was having some issues earlier. Alright, February 19th, 2:38 p.m. Looks like the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Yep, we're just gonna toss this in his face and move on. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to Perry foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present for Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? For my ladyship?
Her ladyship?
Get out of here. At once. I'm on hand it over, that's for me.
Ah, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What the fuck? Why is it so important? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. Well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures at Earl Auctions. The ladyship always offered me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Are you the only one that gets paid, or...
Of course, by using my name without my say-so, it does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, a little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow. There's no right old hovel. It's just over there, look.
Of course it is.
On the first floor of that house, in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up.
Why am I not surprised? That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, yeah? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. Well, sure.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
The 10-year-old child? Okay, sure. There's just so much to unpack. Well, at least you told us what we wanted to know before you left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. In other words, all Sholmes really did was be like, yes, looking at this one spot, footprints lead right there to that building. Oh, I guess we could have done that. I'm 100% sure that's what's going to happen. February 19th, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Saseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodging here. Oh! We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh! One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. I don't know where this voice is coming from. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone staying in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Oh, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Oh, thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. Oh, I already have a voice in mind for this guy.
Good day to you, John Garadeb, at your service. John Garadeb.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the matter of my wand, you know. And a matter for my pain about to withdraw from service. And due to the rain over the range to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
There's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get up much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here from to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. Medal's just a folder roll, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let the good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Oh! Dash it all, woman, be careful.
Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir.
It's John that took the skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
Oh, anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Then, you want to know about the chop lodge nonsense, is that right?
Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only to please, naturally, especially if it helps keep peace here in Bloody.
Hold on. Hold on. I have to ask. Sir? Sir, what are you doing? Sir, why? Sir, please don't do that.
We've ordered an alliance with Empire Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. Still, this case very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it? That's familiar.
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In his old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so...
No. Anyway, chap's investigating the floor in his room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room.
Well, it's a Balinese is what it is. Old neighborhood's twitching his curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadab, please, do tell us.
Oh, yes. A Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then?
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. This floor room came available a week ago, you see. There'd been... Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful!
My goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always taking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. I'd even never so much as passed at the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the little bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny that a man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. So what you're saying is, he's an introvert who likes books. The end. Oh, I see. There's just someone on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. I'll be honest, I completely forgot. It completely slipped my mind that the first floor and the ground floor are 2 different floors in England. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example? Even the times they go to bed?
Ah! Good grief, Joan, be careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. You want to ask me? The shady ones are these 2. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the windows at around that time?
Window? Window?
Yes. We noticed that window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Wasn't there anyone suspicious floating nearby? Also, wait, okay.
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household.
Okay. Wait. He normally gets home at 5 o'clock. Maybe he's running just like a minute late. But he's on the wrong side of the road for getting home. I don't know.
But I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well,
Yes? Was there something then?
well, there's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here, then... For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing.
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I can remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Not enough.
Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Okay, this woman is definitely trying to hide something. She's always doing this at very precise times to get him to stop talking. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, why? Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. She's the real one in charge here. That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with these two? Their slapstick routine that just never ends. It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak?
Yes. Told me not his name, and asked him to... Told me not his name, and asked him to look into the matter. I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Told me wasn't asked. Oh.
Don't see why not. They're just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Oh, right, we've barely started investigating around. The window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Well, yes, I can make out the policeman over on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Is this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. I'm sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two had seen anything in the incident, then. Anything else actually important to look around? What's up with this? That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's nothing more than a toy.
Sorry?
I'm selling it off for our time, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy must attack next. Surely useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. Never know what this switcher world's going to throw at you next, boy.
That got off the accent there. Do you think there's any trouble brewing, Mr. Garrett?
Oh, is this? There's Joan here. Never fails to have a clean out apron in reserve. Draws them over the bell, you see. They draw very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point off here.
It's been reduced to a drawing rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Oh, hello. What's that? Oh. Oh, let me look at it. Already talked to them. Oh, is that Are those cannon shell? What is that's tank artillery? Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Those old things? Couple of little rounds accidentally fired into the barracks and training, you know. A bit of colorful regime folklore, that incident.
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come useful, don't you?
Useful for what, exactly?
Yes. Well. Joan did manage to knock one of the body things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no.
I'm sure it's here since 1869 before then, you know.
Have you ever considered throwing them away? There's metal. You know what? I don't particularly care about his medal and his uniform. We got things to do. Let's go check out the Natsume's room. Kitty! We found a cat. We have a cat. This game is great. Nothing else matters. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. That's how you get eye strain. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with brick and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way... Sorry, been low on energy. I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? Have you? No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garrett told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Let's investigate the cat. Kitty. It's so cute. Oh no, wait, no, don't. Please come back. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor key, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but it was like a whole month trip, too. Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can't be dangerous traveling abroad. It can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? This woman has better mind-reading powers than Maya ever did. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes. Certainly he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Interesting, good. Can you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just the wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on a fifth whimsy.
Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Maybe for you. This is paradise. Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. It would be paradise. Except that it's an absolute freaking mess. Look at all those books out there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books on to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Yeah, me neither. Speaking of, though.
Where is that Mr. Sholmes?
And why is he defiling books like this?
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Aha! There he is.
Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Ha! You too. Wait, no, what was his voice? It's been a while. Good day? Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya.
Yes, of course, the Burya. Let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course! Case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh,
well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes.
To be remembered vaguely. Me, meaning any celebrity, any person I'm a fan of ever.
This is Mr.
Oh no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely all recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mrs. Susato.
I mean,
you're close. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I wouldn't say that was the worst. I lose the first round.
I mean, hey, look, amazingly, he remembered the names themselves, just not who they belong to, so I'll call that actually pretty damn close to a win.
In truth, I'd hoped to invite you both to my Breaker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Saseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little.
A little?
It was a mistake to that... It was a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Alright, now that sounds like Sherlock Holmes. That's for real. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pins them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. I don't think I have anything else to look around. I've already done all that. Let's converse a bit. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Saseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was named rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detectives of Scotland Yard made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing? There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a seat around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. Oh, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliography. Bibliophy. Hold on. Bibliophily. I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. If even a single one of those attempts was correct, we don't need to say anything, who cares? Just let me know, maybe, I don't know. Oh dear. What about that weirdo upstairs? Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. That is... I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those who are on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I mean, looking at this place, definitely a little bit downtrodden. Sounds about right. I had no idea. And it's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not imposed on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. I think what he means to say is something weird's going on with Garadeb, which we already noticed, but whether or not it's important to our case at hand is that's unknown. But it's something we'll probably find out by the end of the trial. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. I think that's just your personal opinion. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there's a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What? Surely Not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favour with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, at thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for examples. I guess they haven't had time to, essentially, put regular windows back in. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? So, that is of little relevance here. Matter of not worthy of further attention. So losing so many frames today. So many. But we still seem to be going properly, so I think we're fine. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. So properly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit a crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh? Well, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Gyardab is? Mr. Sholmes says much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Gyardab's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. So says the himbo. Busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Alright, let's go talk to the man again. See what he has to say for himself. Now that we've learned a little bit more, where the heck is he? Oops, wrong button. Oh, new bar again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Oh, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Says the man who has the magazine nearby. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, I don't you tell me what to... Oh! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch with your belly while doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you can see yourselves out. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gyarados is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem opening us at the moment, perhaps you should do some digging. Let's take a quick look around. Some stuff that we may have missed. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Gyarados. Do you enjoy reading?
I've experienced in the window, boy. Nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Rance magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Gyarados enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes too. Great Detective has a great many followers, it would seem. The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing. Ugh, not much better than rags, really.
Oh?
All that ceremonial got in my retirement pass, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see. Perhaps you should leave the past in the past. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What, that old thing?
Sorry?
Oh, I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general returned his grave, I disposed of it. What was the best place for it? Keep the body thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look, let me see. It says, for distinguished participation? Those are the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet. I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals in his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Uh-huh. That portion of Mr. Gyarados is glaring at me, I swear. It's giving me the stink eye. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gyarados as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Oh, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What do you mean?
Chap who runs the place is a bully wizard. Went to sell him something that came out with that thing. Point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I didn't need.
The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Soda-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem! Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem! Yeah, I don't want to be on the receiving end of that tea. People. What's he doing over there? Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sholmes, I mean, not Holmes, sorry, wrong name. What are you doing? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows.
Good gracious, when did you sneak in here?
Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observations. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Whoa! Keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of certain great detectives' great minds. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. Why, I see even the most trivial of trifles. Oh boy, we're already off to the start. Okay, I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let's condone the matter before dark. Oh great, here we go. Up, here we go. Mr. Garadab, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished services, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Oh, I lived in a place called First-Rate. It was fine. Landlords in general said, I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observations of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it sent me to Mr. Sholmes' conclusions. They're both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? Yes, it couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Holy shit, what the fuck? How did we not... That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadab, led us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. What? I don't know what he was looking at. I don't think it was that, though. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. Wait, did you see that? He had a hand mark on his cheek, like he'd been slapped. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well! Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadab, at Batty's Circus, a travelling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I had observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I've made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. On a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Sure. Now, Mr. Garadab, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Indeed, in that blithe pause, the stress this loss caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. I'm in the fits of tears you let your beloved beast go. I have a feeling he was married, and that's the quote-unquote beast that we're actually looking for. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... Nonsense, man. But what, we must ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? Yes, she definitely slapped him. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's a pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. So you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well... Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Oh, unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over here. Looks like there's a fire. Very expensive wooden carpet if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because there's a fallen candle there. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has stumbled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. God, I want that Tower of Cakes. Oh god, I haven't gone back to the store to get a cake for my birthday yet this week. I haven't done it. I should have done it. I just didn't feel like leaving. Maybe I'll go to... What? No, wait. I could do it tomorrow. But I don't want to leave. I have to like go all the way to Walmart. I could just wait till next week. I have ice cream. Ice cream is fine. Sorry. I was thinking about sweets. Oh. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Yeah, one that got her head chopped off, I'm pretty sure. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. I don't know how the fuck this man solves anything ever. Or maybe, you know what it is? It's himbo solidarity. He's too close to Ryunosuke, the brain cells just fly away. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the beastly puzzle. My dude, my sir. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Gerdep. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Yeah, she's definitely pissed at him. My deduction can be startlingly sharp. Such a reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gerdep and his wed would have been hurt, or worse. That's where you are struck. No doubt the former military man had his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Or eats cake. My dear Mr. Soto. It occurs to me with some regularity.
that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. I mean, I don't know if I can deny that, because I've never been myself, but oh, what a glorious notion. But, well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even yet know whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. He does indeed have the accent. But wait, but here's the thing. He's in a place where everyone else has that accent too. So, still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. I feel like a teacher correcting a student's homework. Alright. Transition Great Detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Faced with the question, what form might the beast take? For a man with a military breeding, blah blah blah, we already know this part. Follow his gaze. Up to the metal? That's what was up there. True nature of the beast has the pipe of authority? I don't think Herlock has the pipe of authority either. He's got the hat of authority. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you just observe Mr. Garrideb's reactions, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. True nature. Wait, what the hell is this? Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out. Yes, I wonder, perhaps if you did live with the lion. Seen it a bit ago. Did he have a pipe? I actually don't remember anymore. The only pipe I can think of is Mr. Garrideb, who's stirring his tea with his pipe, by the way. Because he's insane, I guess, or just, I don't know. It'd be rather sweet, I think. It's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. I didn't actually mean to touch the lion. I wanted this. Photograph frame. Yep, those. I knew it. Not a maid, wife. In fact, she's probably pissed that she has to pretend to be a maid for their social standing. Ugh. That was kind of the thought I was having. But this right here, no, that's proof. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly in the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, he certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been when Mr. Garrideb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake.
Take that!
Something about that didn't seem right. As we can see from this photographic print, some 10 years ago, you were a fighting fit soldier, Mr. Garrideb. No, there's no way it's him now. I'm just gonna say the room in a fit of rage. That was 10 years ago, sir. I don't think it's time you tidied the place up. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Oh, that's the first time I've actually messed up. I still think the picture frame is correct. But I guess it's the newlywed, it's the bride and not, himself, and not Gyardeb. Yeah, I had a 50-50 shot.
Take that!
Oh, there we go. Music changed. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gyardeb. And while we limit the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gyardeb. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well! Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gyardeb anywhere. But seems there may be clues to her whereabouts. Clues this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gyardeb's wife could be. Excuse me. Oh, yep, there it is. That was easy enough. What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Jo's been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Gyardeb, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Gyardeb, as on Mr. Gyardeb, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. But yeah, we also... So he is, rather beside himself with paint. The controls on this are weird. Yep, there it is. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. Now, even when I drop the... whatever. Anyway, lost bad, but at least it's working. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Gyardeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. Large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Yes, coincidence indeed. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gyardeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gyardeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gyardeb herself. Oh my word! Caught in the act. Oh, jolly fine detecting, sir.
Do you rightly surmise this is the wife, yes? My June. Rather let herself go, you might say. Well, she was on board a quarterback. Okay, that one was well deserved. That one was very well deserved. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. For all, you're a retired army man. You're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? Not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the Third Regime. Man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one's rather judged. Household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garrett had his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrett? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Poor fools. A lot of them. Alright. No, the carpet situation was definitely a candle that fall over. Now, Mr. Garrett, it's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress of this loss has caused you is veritably intangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. Pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrett's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. You know, that's fair, absolutely. But Mrs. Garrett is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Oh, gee, I fucking wonder. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrett has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Very obvious conclusion, this. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh. What of it? How the blazes? How did you find that mark? How did you work that out, man? I mean, you kind of never looked us dead in the eye until just this moment, but so. Now let's keep the nose of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep the other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage? And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now he established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. What's this? Oh! Oh dear. Oh no. Oh. My dude, you done fucked up. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. That is not the name of your wife, my friend. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Oh boy. Yeah, no, wait, what's this? A stack of books. There are a lot of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look, whole novels that I've never heard of. It would appear somebody has purchased them all from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Garadev is something of a book lover. Okay, that's all I needed.
Take that!
Oh no. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of that note is certain Miss Mary is the fly in the ointment here. But I don't know the ballet woman. You don't know her? I know it wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. Wait, no. I don't know how it got there. There it is. I lost the voice for a moment. It was just in there, you say? That's what I've been saying. Oh. My scream isn't work. I like the story. Oh, listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of that book was using the note as a bookmark. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's Robin. I like the story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. Sorry, lost the voice there. I need to redo it. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. I like the story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash a beast with a more ferocious bite. I don't know if I really care for this particular plotline, but we're just gonna get through it. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Please don't say that she ate the carpet. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen absorbing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Wandering eyes settled upon the very instant. Yes, to explain the dice. Why are we going back to the cakes? But surely Miss Gerda didn't eat the carpet. Although, to be fair, if she was pissed off enough, she might have left him to go eat a carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garadev's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Oof, boy, it is quite a mess down there. Hello, what have we here? The carpet has been ripped to shreds. Oh, was it not burned? Was it ripped? Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Never mind. Okay, I was right. It was the candle. Oh, yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Wait, no. I want to... Oh. This. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. And we had to get right up on close just to see that, because apparently we're blind. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at this candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Oh. Miss Gerard's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Oh, there's someone that was showing, so I wasn't paying attention to the speaker. Yes, well, the most ferocious beast in this world, is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. So here's my question then. If these two were the married couple that are witness to, I salute you. Wait, no. Hold on. I'll figure it out. Oh, nice catch. Oh, blind, Mr. Naruhodo, I salute you. Collapse on the ground into his wife's arms. Deduction complete. Elementary. Daw, her cheeks. Yeah, she got big old cheeks. Hello, welcome back. You just missed a really fun part. We were doing a big old deduction. It was a whole thing. We figured out that these two had a little bit of a marital spat and accidentally caused a fire. These things happen. There's this dashing long winter night, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. There's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just round the corner. Buy my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Ready to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a body thing. I was caught between the old Styx rage and the raging flames. You painted a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. Also, Wisp, I want you to meet resident Timbo Herlock Sholmes. He's a good lad, but a dumb one. Good sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Barley furnished there's something going up as well. We better hide behind that screen for the time being. Over there, Mr. Garrett. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. But yeah, if these are the... Ooh, that poor bookshelf. They're all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. And the water started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. It was knocked up against the window and a heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books and coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes. The notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result. Well, to the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. His conclusion's technically partially right, everything leading up to it very wrong.
I'll tell you, it's total carnage. Limbs everywhere and they all stick in the fuel kettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It's 2 days ago now, let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Okay, so if these two are the couple that are the witnesses to seeing the man fleeing the scene of the crime, they saw jack shit.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. Old Blatter could have been flying outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a darn thing.
Oh, really?
Something's wrong.
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you?
Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Gyarados' situation now. But what does that have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
Can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether a secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to partake
yourselves to bidding us farewell now.
I must prepare supper for Mr. Gyarados.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us. I'm going to have to give him an answer.
Alright. Wait, what? It stopped us out here? It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hell care.
Oh. What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gyarados' house.
Huh?
What the I'm sorry. I know not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Oh, you gone, old man, you rum-looking niminy-penny.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Is this Horatio, fellow, eh? What are you on about?
What are you on? Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer?
Well, who is this Popeye-looking motherfucker? And what's with the jester guy? If I can be any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words.
You mark my words?
This ain't over yet.
I feel like there's another voice I could do for him. That was just the first that came to mind. Get thee to a nunnery.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? Someone sent help. I don't want to look at this man. I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, far eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Gyarados... Ah, crap. Is he the one that lives on the ground floor?
Oh, fair eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Gyarados mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. How more worthy a polemist in my battle of words now could there be? Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I'm losing my fucking mind. To be honest though, I want him to come back, if only so I can do that voice more. That was fun. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Sasaki-san and that man as lodgers, Mr. Garrideb's house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. What the fuck? And there's the poor fellow now. 6:31 p.m. Hello, Natsume. Very twitchy, aren't you? Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Okay, oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one native's land. On the other hand, it is though friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates that fact. Such is my belief, at the least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you want, Mr. Sholmes? Well, I've encountered there's so many S names. Some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home, see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ugh, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed on tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And here is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the men's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, the day's not over yet. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? I'm gonna say no. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. It was 16 words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. Huh, 16 words exactly. That was pretty good.
Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded.
Oh, what?
I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zink killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry?
The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellows.
So it really is just bad luck. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me?
It can be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that?
The Reaper.
Van Zykes is quite an exceptional man. However, in London Court of Law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
That's good.
Sykes looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright? Apparently so. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zykes cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh no.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
I knew it. I'm a dead, dodo, done for, doomed.
Tell us more about the cursed lodgings. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrideb's house, I presume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
Okay, my dude, this is just called anxiety. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Fucking mood, dear God. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place."
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was all true.
You mean, the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as well. Okay. Here's the thing. I don't know if Gyarados or Saseki are aware of the cat. Because being choked to death, congratulations, that cat had just found a very nice place to sleep on top of your face. Or on your neck, either one. I'm Brent, a serial killer. Thrown in prison, nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Could no one find it in his or her heart to just say there, oh, there, believe me? Really no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Birdia, if you recall. The Birdia. That case. The one with the snake. It wasn't a snake, but yes, there was technically a snake that we saw during that case. We did in fact see a snake. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean, because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with a victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm not surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can change as far as I'm concerned, can hang as far as I'm concerned, but I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. We're in the middle of like a really poignant speech that I'm actually really vibing with. My dude, if you can just let me continue on, I'm actually really digging this speech. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Okay, are we done with a really cool, poignant speech that I liked a lot about choosing to believe in the things that and blah blah blah? Well, my dear fellows, it's time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. A locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else. to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Cosmo believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Saseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. Immediately, because I normally end at 7. I might actually just keep going till 9, till Yayo, Wisp, and Kane start going. Let me see. Go ahead and save. I'm gonna go a little bit longer, just because I kind of want to start the trial, because I love the trial parts. The trial parts are my favorite. They're so good. February 20th, 9:23 a.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person on the dock, it may as well be their one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zykes? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zykes is on the front pages of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zyke's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. Oh, it still weighs heavily on my mind, don't you know? I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in this country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? His most significant song of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how all the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident again. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Your locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? I suppose that's technically true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers! I'm not friends with a vampire. Not right now, anyways. Not currently. I'm friends with a werewolf and a cat man, but other than that, I'm afraid that there's only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Okay, you know what? That one sounds about right. That's fair. Oh, thanks for that. Oh, that is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. It's in the blood. It's fine. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the ways of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I'll fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikitoba Esquires. I am in your debt! Forever! I shall never forget this great kindness, Mr. Natsume. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Wait, no, hold on. Court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's go time. Let's go. Yes! Yes, sir! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I'll believe in your headband that believes in the wind apparently all the time that believes in me. That's fine. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Oh, it was pure belief that would cause the permanent wind of his headband. Okay, I gotcha. Pure confidence. February 20th, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Alright, there's our vampire. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby decree this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Thronghart had told me all about you. But you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Just the slightest hint of racism going on. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susana-san? After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Not necessarily by our own power, but yes. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Wait, was that fair pay? What the fuck are you doing back here?
Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
This motherfucker's back. But I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella. I'm afraid to say, I think... Wait, what? What? Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold up. Conflict of interest here. Excuse me, who vetted these jurors? I'm afraid I think it's quite possible that Mustache Fauna did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? I no doubt he did it anyway.
Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Hold on, okay, once again, hold on. One of those jurors is not impartial. They know the victim. They are not allowed to be here.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zykes.
You know what? This is probably before that particular law went into effect. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the docket today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a sinister act of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
A knife crime? I'd say from bitter experience, those are the worst. But here they are.
Just look at that shallow complexion, his short stature. He's what... I'm not gonna read that, we're just gonna move on.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this grand chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well.
Bailiff, lead the inspector in... Wait, what? Inspector Gregson? I assume? Yep. There he is. Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by the attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since.
What? So you don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life was not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
Okay, I feel like that's exaggerating a little bit. Like, assumed, alleged, you know.
Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. That's the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. Wait, hold on.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence if you please.
Case file has been entered into the court record. What of the weapon that was used?
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggy-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. That's not helpful. A common old garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript.
Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blades as evidence.
Jackknife has been entered in the court record.
Well then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Well, what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
Yeah, no, that would be wild.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment to the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
But yeah, if you had to go into a case knowing that they were guilty and trying to get an innocent verdict anyways, that'd be interesting for an Ace Attorney game for many reasons. But still.
Yes!
Naruhodo, now's not the time. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Master Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection.
What the fuck? Why did you just toss that? That still had wine in it. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. You just beamed someone on the head, now they're going to the hospital, and now you're gonna get sued.
But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question.
A bystander? Absolutely, yeah. Someone got beamed in the head. Now they're just kind of sitting over there bleeding out. No one's helping them. They're just too busy watching the trial.
Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nippon student. That's it. Alright, that means we gotta do this voice for a little while longer.
Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else around but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just brought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of working out who the book belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Look, if Mr. Natsume was going to do this, why would he leave his evidence there? Why would he? There's so much involved. I'm just like, none of that makes sense from a criminal perspective. Like, why would any of that happen?
Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Oh yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Please, Inspector. Please.
Nope, I've lost the voice. It's just gone.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, forgive me, Lord Van Sykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what it all happened. He was there, he was walking, there was a person in front of him, he went to pass by. As he went to pass by, she got stabbed. He didn't see who did it. He was like, holy shit, I'm terrified, runs the fuck away. There, that's the... In other words, she was stabbed basically while she was standing next to him, so he didn't see what happened.
The green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what that woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What would the world... She had a very different voice than I did before. What would the world come up with next? The defendant is nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed that woman. In fact, what the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Consul. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I've used this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
Alright then.
Alright.
Hold it!
There's really no reason to press this, but I'm going to anyways. A light fog, you say?
Well, not for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Oh, quaint. Yes, well, it's not something that's honest and romanticized, I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
This time of year, fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Ugh.
So I said I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Alright. Well, it's good.
But that doesn't make sense. You have witnesses. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe. Oh, right, I forgot about that fact. From Scotland Yard.
That is correct, Mom.
Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I am unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all the main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Fucking bastard.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness, and we're on our way to all of the light pollution you can muster.
Great. Thanks for that. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
The victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collect on the page.
Hold it!
From behind, you say?
That's right. As you can see from this print.
There's no blood.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around for the trial so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity.
It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Actually, in this case, it really isn't. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of thorn is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Keys ran off, carrying belongings all over the floor. Technically it was a street, not a floor, but you know what, close enough. Mr. Natsumi's belongings. I think you'll find it all there in the photograph of print in the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books. Yep, hold on. Yes, the 3 books on. Old voice, damn it, Judge. Fuck. Yes, the old books on the floor. Right, my lord. Second-hand books are wet. They're rapidly damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all the books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? The judge was bitten by... Yeah, no. By the end of this playthrough, everyone's going to be bitten by Von Zyke, I can tell. He's made it extremely hard for you so that Mr. Natsumi had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Fuck, goddammit. There's been a number of books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. So why would he attack someone? Why? There's no motive. There's no reason. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Bloke's room is stocked full of ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Close to second-hand bookshops at the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Another place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. The local map's information has been updated in the court's record. I see. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop, which is again something we're not arguing happened. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Do I agree? I guess I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being Bourbon Books. Full of books. The location, I guess? The crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Eh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I'll just explain that. I got the map out and everything. Using bloomin' red ink. Using red bloomin' ink. I drew the books right home for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nodding along. Oh, yes, of course. I've been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. The victim remains unconscious and was gleaned from her personal effects on the days unknown. Apart from a single stab wound, no other sign of injury was observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Wait, hold on. I can't find it. Nope, hold on. This looks like a regular pocket. Oh, wow. Thick. There's no blood. I can't find it. Wait, there's no blood on this thing. Why is there no blood on it?
No, I just closed it. There was absolutely nothing special about this knife at all. Secondhand book receipt. Customers, someone's 2 shillings. To receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabriel, Canterbury yearnings. The local map. Bourbon book. Wait, oh! I forgot about that. I forgot that the book receipt from that day wasn't from Bourbon Books. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Oh, I forgot that it was your books and not,
Hold it!
and not Bourbon. Hold on, go, forward. We don't need all this. We've already read all this. Close second bookshop. That is the closest, but it's not the one that he went to. So that's not the route he took home. The name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please write your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Must man be any more sardonic?
He's on his way home from Bourbon Books. Second-hand bookshop, which he...
I say no. Incorrect. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused rooms, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books. Y-O-U-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What?
Inspector, do you know this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop in which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whatever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Well, that got very sudden.
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
I feel like it's not going to help us if we know where this is. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east.
Gosh. Okay. So, problem. It's And there you have it. As you can clearly see now... Shit. Oh. Yeah, no, that doesn't help any. I'll take a 50-50 shot. My learned Japanese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. Do your future career in the circus. Ugh. You put that glass down right now, or I'll put it down for you. Don't did anything I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused were coming home from your books instead of more urban books, I feel like I've lost the thread. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was staying. No, that's not a guarantee. He could have gone down Calvert. Oh, I guess it would have been easier, wouldn't it? Fuck. Shit. Damn it. Yes. Thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I almost read that as musty memes. The vampire and his musty memes. I mean, to be fair, he's been around a long time. I'm sure he's seen plenty of them. He still posts throw faces on things. Look. Ugh. Oh. Okay, that wasn't helpful. As I suspected, you can't fool me. I suggest you don't try. No, goddamn, voices are all over the place. Ugh. I apologize to you, the entire world. I had her voice earlier. What was it? And I suggest you don't try.
What I say, huh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? I made him a little bit scared. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ugh, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. The killing of Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Raise an objection? We might as well. This assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. I mean, it is. I don't know if the game will accept it.
Explain yourself, Constable.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these East streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well, because he didn't know and you don't have GPS yet?
The answer is extremely simple. You wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Ah, crap. I don't believe this. I do. I very much believe this. This makes sense. This is fair.
I thank you, my learned friend, for suggesting that we don't waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that is the case, the defense still... Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
I agree with Lord Von Sachs. Oh, I did it in every way.
What? I don't believe it. This mean...
Well, the members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Wow, no, that sucked.
Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
You have no findings. There was no...
Guilty.
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 Guilty. There we go, that's a much better voice.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ah, shit, we're doing this again. Gee, what a shock.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
Crap. Alright, we're doing this again.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of Cory you are not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnappers and his uncle's refusal to throw in his valley. What? I'm the one who just said all that, and I have no idea what I just said. Didn't help.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
This is going to be the fun part, actually. I actually like this summation examination. It's really interesting. The juror. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese already admitted it himself, didn't he? Okay. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Oh, you order books, yes? Nice shop, that. But bourbon books, no, not worth the visit. Okay, unfortunately, I didn't really see any contradictions in anything that I just said. Wait. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Ugh, why'd he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I have to make the jurors change their minds. Well, for them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it! Jury examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I may be a simple Japanese lawyer. Anyways. Already admitted himself, didn't he? Wait, admitted what specifically here, Mr. Fairplay? Excuse me, but aren't you
Yeah, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce fair play was a matter of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me that young had to peg as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who's isn't.
My goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, well, it can only have been...
Hold it!
Yes? You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Japanese man was the disturbing mustache and culprit. The disturbing mustache is the culprit. Well, let's not forget, madam. The defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through the funny little minds? I can tell what's going through your funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. It's racism. Racism is going through that mind. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself stated that there's nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. Why do we keep forgetting that there are witnesses, and those are the people around? If no one else could have done... Can we throw a brick at the woman? Hopefully soon. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well, for her. Mom went and going around the house.
No, we already know that this is wrong. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Hell yes, like a tree on the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something?
A book disguised as a book. I mean, you get a thick enough book, it's basically the same thing. Precisely.
But it seems to me, what counts as whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not.
Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows it did, is there?
Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is all this true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Look, as much sense as that makes, that's still not proof.
Supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like that he did.
I mean, if there's some logical reason why I might have gone the Calabash route, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki might have taken a longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Here's a good reason. He doesn't know where he is.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
That's your reasoning? That's all your reasoning?
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Gerdev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
Just keeping up with that charade? Ugh. This is going to be awkward.
Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial.
I mean, that makes sense.
It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I hadn't a choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hi, Bree. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome to Ace Attorney. We're in the middle of a trial. We're trying to figure out if our client... Well, no, we know our client's innocent. We are certain. We believe in that. The jury sure doesn't, though. Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week. Oh, alright, quick introduction. For those who don't know me, I'm Akamaru. I'm a robot VTuber. I just play a variety of games, including right now Ace Attorney. We're going to be going for a little bit longer. Hello, Arlette. Welcome, welcome back. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort. I'm sorry, what? What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. He just... No, he's an introvert, my dude. That is not... I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there. No, he was full of books. Nothing else. God. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How can people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Otherwise... Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? We've got work to be doing. That's not a reason to... A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. Aren't you getting paid to be on the jury? Isn't that how this works? If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's a water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mission Street it was. Here we go. This is what we needed. Hello, Melon Lord. This is what we needed. This is proof. Or some sort of reason as to why he didn't go down the obvious path. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. That's the only ace. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. That's fair. What's the point now? Can't we just get the business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Perfect, we needed that. Alright, but before we continue, I just want to talk to him real fast, see what he has to say. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? Oh, I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. I added a little bit more Irish than I originally intended, but that's fine. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes. No mistake there, I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I'll be honest, this is very weird when the jury becomes technically witnesses. But you know what? I'll accept it if it brings the truth out. Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery, that I can attest to that. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Wait. This happened on Calabash. Hold on. Oh, no, that's the dreadful time. What do you mean? Walking down Calabash Road, when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worth this. So clean out. He left your books at around just before 5 o'clock, at the same time that our dear Mr. Natsuki did. But then he went down Calabash Road. Calabash Road, which, by the way, is the other option to have taken on the map to go from your books back down to Mr. Natsume's lodging. Now, of course, everyone is saying that he would have gone this way instead. That is the faster route after all. But according to juror number 5, or whatever his name, juror number 5, work was being done on the street over here, which means it's entirely possible that, or nay, probable, I will say, that Mr. Natsume did not go down Meersham Street down Briar Road. He instead went down Calabash. He went down Calabash Road, and while on Calabash Road, he saw someone in a green overcoat take quite the fall they did. And he ran and he dropped his books in the fear, and he ran back to his own lodgings. But who was this person in green, you ask? This happened on Calabash Road. A green overcoat. A roundish person, rather short of stature, in a green overcoat. At night, no less. Wearing a hat. If I didn't know better, I would say that Miss Green here and our dear juror number 6 were, why, they look practically identical from behind. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. This also will make sense why Mr. Natsume did not see anyone else on the road that night, including the 2 supposed witnesses. Sorry, extremely sick? Oh no, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume, if anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Put them all against each other. Alright. So. Yeah, here we go. Need you. Yep, here we go.
Objection!
We need to throw these 2 at each other. Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel. Explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I was just getting this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. Oh, what do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? They must have had a good... must have had a good 2 yards or more to the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but We see now that he had no choice. Yes. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Alright, there's one. What about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Alright, we just need 2 more people. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. That strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. And Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Oh, that's right, the vampire can't talk right now because he's not allowed to. Thank you, Consul. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. I say no, okay. You're not helpful. You, I need you. I slipped over myself on Kabash Road. I knocked my head clean out. Okay. There it is. Because he did not specify woman. He said a person in a green overcoat.
Objection!
So, these 2 statements surely clearly flaw in the juror's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, Consul? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir? Did I do it wrong? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. Oh, no, okay, good. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, well, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's accounts of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man had a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need to pee. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings, which is something we've already proven. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. And what you idiot old man. If you'd been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Yeah, she's probably got them hiding underneath the maid outfit because they're too obviously like wife of an army veteran. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You would like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it the crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, okay, no, he's definitely Scottish. Is it the crime to change your mind? Is it? If you could change your mind, would you? No, what? No, the full quote is if you had a chance to change your fate. Whatever. I was close enough. That's fine.
Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the nays, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Ah, shit. Damn it, Vampire Man. What you got? Oh, he's pissed. Also, how are you not cutting open your hand? Oh, no, I get it. He is cutting open his hand, but he has no blood flow in his body because his heart's not beating because he's a vampire. So his hands are getting real caught up underneath that glove. We just don't see any blood coming out.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
I'm sorry, what?
Eh?
Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. But the cold metal doesn't affect his cold skin. No, that's fair.
Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. No, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
That's about 2 meters, or a little less than 2 meters, actually, if I recall. No, is it more or less? I can never remember. They're very close, a yard and a meter, but I don't remember which is longer. It's like well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No, 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Oh shit, less than 2 meters. That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
Excuse you. Moderate vigor. Have you seen Mr. Natsume? He's all skin and bones. Just a paper sack.
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? I can't say you're wrong, now.
What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time.
No culture would have had a hope of passing anyway. Always turning gentlefolk back when they came. Could just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
I have sincere doubts that he could, to be completely honest. Is this true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Actually, it's very easy that someone just like, that man we just saw running past dropped some books. We're just gonna grab those, we're just gonna move them right over here. Ugh. Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man.
Oh, cold man, you can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember?
All about a wager, my learned friend. You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
I mean, to be fair, also, again, even if he did go down the path where, okay, also, wait, here's a quick thing. He says he doesn't remember what path he took, but also, like, I'm pretty sure he would remember having to jump, like, a gap like that 2-yard gap. I'm sure he would remember it. Other than that, once again, as I was saying earlier, if he was standing next to the, he'd have to be next to the victim when she got stabbed, but we don't know. Damn it, I can't prove that he went that direction. Shit. It's just incredibly likely that he did. We just don't know.
Order, order! Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself just how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, he removed the cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requires permission to call its next witness to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Its next witnesses? Oh, finally, we get to see whoever the hell it was that, quote-unquote, saw Natsume. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Von Sykes... words. No matter who Von Sykes brings into the stand as a witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Saseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. I watched so much anime. Not enough recently, but certainly enough. This is the Bobby? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. You know, when they said that a Scotland Yard inspector was one of the witnesses, this is not what I had in mind. Constable Riley Beat, sir. Land to report on the street, sir. He does look really beat. And I'm Mrs. Beat, and I'm Mrs. Beat, but she's just my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. I just have questions. Why is... The nutcracker in the... I mean, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. But this isn't the nutcracker, like, this is definitely, like, a very young nutcracker, like, long before the events of anything. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. I don't... No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. He seems really beat. The dollar store nutcracker. We had the nutcracker at home. The nutcracker at home. He seems tired. His name really is... Okay, so I noticed... No, not here. It was on the... Here's the case file. Reporting officer, Raleigh Beat. I did notice that before. I was like, is that a pun or something? I'll figure it out later. Now I'm like, oh, no, it's definitely... Because he's really beat. Which makes sense, because they talked about it earlier. The Scotland Yard gets worked to the goddamn bone. He seems tired. Oddly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beach is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are running true. I lost the voice for the judge, hold on. Santa Claus. Nope, he's not Santa Claus. Don't know what I'm doing there. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat.
For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber. Man of deep, deep slumber. He needs to find a bed that's just right so we can get a good night's sleep. I'm sure Goldilocks can help him out.
On the day in question, this man and his wife are walking down Burial Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Okay, he's not a reliable witness. And also, there's no way in hell that someone would not see people walking towards them. But, oh well. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. That's a report on the street, sir. See, I don't know why his voice comes to me so naturally.
What a great witness he's going to be.
His voice just comes right out, sir. It's all just right there. It's...
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. I just need to get a few winks in, sir. Let me get a catch of your Z's. Don't... catch a few Z's, actually. Sorry, we're British. We don't say the word... We don't say Z, we say Z. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two said, oh, they have matching scarves. Wait a second. Those scarves look a lot like the one that was on the snowman, by the crime scene. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Ah, shit.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Well, from one of them, anyways. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife, mainly his wife, are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. Yeah, first it was way too hot. They served it way too early and burned the poor girl's face, poor girl's tongue. Next time they waited too long, it's like, okay, and it's just way too cold. It just. On the third one, it was just right. Oddly enough, there were also just a couple of, and oddly enough, it took like, there were just a couple of bears that were just sitting there too. I don't know why, they're just kind of hanging out. It's definitely in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. No, it was viable. It's incredibly viable.
What an unfortunate enchanting, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know.
Nope, that was way off. That was wrong accent, wrong part of Europe.
But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Ah, shit. Except for the policeman didn't say jack shit. The man's so tired, his wife had to do all the talking. Punisher, I hate that you're doing so much better at coming up with these jokes than I am, but you're... That was good.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please.
Let me get my phone ready so I can keep an eye on things. Because we are fast approaching 9 p.m. Let's see. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, anyways. But, so we're going to do as much as we can here in the next 10 minutes. 10, 12, 15 minutes, something like that. Has empty, must we say is sight gag related? Oh, that's good. That's true. I'm focused on reading. I'll just use that as my excuse. Yes, my lord. Alright. I'm going to do a quick, before I start pressing and presenting anything, I'm going to go back through her testimony, see if I can find anything quickly. There's no time to change after work, that's fine. Two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor. Others scattered something before running off. It was definitely the Japanese man. How do you know? Because you said, she initially said silhouettes, but now she's saying clear as day. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right, you're gonna choke your man out to death. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. Also, I'm really curious to see something. Oh. Okay. I was just curious. They look incredibly young. They are. And my husband has already told you the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe. Oh yeah, she's ringing his bell for sure. Oh, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Someone else did the exact same thing already. That's alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp. That's not how this works. That's why we can tell for certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? I don't know if he's actually happy to be married to her. I can't tell. It was the yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. Yes, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the stub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was the Saki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony... Oh, 100%, there is no doubt in my mind. He absolutely is. Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw, they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day? Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. No, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. Well, what do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. To make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Okay. Okay, there's no time to change it to work. I meant... Okay, let me press this a little bit. Let me figure out some more information about the person who was hurt. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never truly off duty, so of course I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
He actually seems a little bit more lucid than I thought he was. That's why I said Patricia, you see. Told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance,
but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So to Patricia, the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report. Yeah. I ran there quick as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please. You're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
I think he's just permanently cold.
Yes, sir? What Patricia said, sir? Oh. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese. Okay, no, we already pressed that, so we don't need that at the moment. Let's. Scattered something? Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. That's right. It was some old books. How do he just walks into things? That's a good question. I assume, just looking at it, he probably walks into stuff. He's probably real tired, so as he's walking around, he's just like, I'm just gonna go over here, bang right into a pole or whatnot. I see, old books. Yes, sir. Culprit dropped a number of them, round where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did what he did. Well, no, did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Okay, that's... Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. It seems tough as though they're telling the truth here. It's just so weird. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. No, please, continue. Yes, a policeman. They're definitely known for being upstanding model citizens that never lie, never do anything bad, always tell the truth, and always just want to help people. Even here in the 1800s, or early 1900s, I don't remember. Yes, sir. And he passes out. That's the other option, is his helmet's dinged up from him. His helmet's all dinged up from when he just falls asleep standing up and he just falls and hits his head. Okay. 2 silhouettes peered out of the fog. 2 silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. I think I just went right to Scott. Yes, sir. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Okay, you know what? I figured out what it is, Punisher. She's pulling his string. That's 100% what that is. She's pulling, like Woody in Toy Story, just pulling his string in order to get him, in order to get him to talk. Yes, sir. As a couple spins all. I think I'm past something. Oh, actually, got the light in her eyes was actually look sincere. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Reed. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a couple spins all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets. I'll swear to it, sir. I've thought of it yet. It's just the first thing that comes to mind, especially when you grew up with it. Okay, so here's the thing. I will say this though. About Patricia there, like Mr. and Mrs. B. The twinkle in her eye looks genuine. It might not be. It could still, you know, not be real, but it kind of looks like it. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, okay. Oh, Oh, Rolly. I put way too much on that R. Alright, that's interesting. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like there must really be how it happened. Twinkle's a brain parasite? No, yeah, that'd be fun too. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, I didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. Now, what happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Okay. So I've done all the pressing I can. Which means I need to find... There has to be a discrepancy somewhere. Somewhere here. I went to the back. Has to be something. So it's 2 shilling. There has to be a contradiction somewhere. Can I flip the knife out? Yeah, it doesn't have any blood on it or anything, which is weird, but I couldn't find anything else on the knife. It's just... Except that it's flat, actually. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well, okay, see, I thought I saw that it was flat earlier, but I didn't think much of it. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. But that's the only bit of information that the knife gives us. It's the fact that the tip's missing. It's also like, how does that even happen? That just closes it back up. There's nothing else on this knife. Open it up one more time. I mean, it's also possible that this knife, like, that it was broken off even before that. Alright. Okay, looks like the others are, oops. I want to try and find this one contradiction, and then we'll save it for the night. Young woman unconscious falling established in the backfield. Pavement, Briar Road, East Side. Ruby Beat. Victor remains unconscious. Another person, assailant was seen running away. What? All of a sudden, one went straight over. For helping me about the police box. Oh, so I'm clear as day. Crap. Wait. Apart from this, the assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Wait. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in the hospital, yet to regain unconscious. A street map. Yeah, we got things to do, but... Not sure if you have an idea, you can go ahead and say it, because I'm somewhat at a loss. From the large knife. No other signs. Reporting officer was Royal B. All of a sudden, the other scattered something before running off. Not helpful. I don't know what it wants from me. Really, the only thing that I haven't pressed is this one.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, the elderly can't even apply. I'm the defendant. The knife hit a book, snapped off and fell on the ground. She flipped the knife. Here, she ran off. Saying that that Miss Green was the actual perpetrator, the one who was trying to. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't you? I think Rolly ever so handsome in his uniform. It sits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I are heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you and you. Kinky. Oof. Nope, we're just gonna stop there. I don't recognize him. I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feet. Well, policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? Oh, I should have. My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it. As written on as a reminder to all us policemen for our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town, and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the pouring of my boots, all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Oh, 100% they have cuffs at home. There's no way that they don't. And here's the thing. 100%. There's how much should I say? 100%. There's some role play going on, and he, like, despite the fact that he's tired, he does play the cop role convincingly. Nightstick might be a bit much. So fighting crimes doesn't appear to have crime. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding anniversary. Miss B put up with a long being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Okay, I'm gonna actually say, I'm gonna go ahead and put my 2 cents down and say that this is real, and it might be cute. A little wild, but hearing love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps, just a bit, but I like it.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Okay, so we've pressed them for everything. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our Okay, testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it. What? No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Evident, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Please add this for... Please, yes. Good. Thank you. Give yourself some details that I can easily disprove. Thank God. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really don't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Alright, I'm gonna raid Wisp as soon as they start going, so we're just gonna quickly try and get this through. Oh, thank you, my lord. That was said of things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I can even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the... Hello? Hello? Thank you, dear God. I don't even need you to tell me the names of the books. Dear God, we found it. Okay. Alright, that's where we're going to end it. We're going to pick up on this next week. Thank you all so much for joining me, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Bree, if you're still here. We had to come back from like kind of weird technical issues back when we started, but we're all good now. Everything is awesome. So I'm gonna send you all over to Wisp. So because Wisp, Caden, and the rest of the Yayo crew are about to do a bunch of Sea of Thieves, and 3 of them are very. Thank you. Good night, Punisher. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Matt. They're about to do some Pirate Legend related things, which should be fun. So I'm gonna hold off actually on just a minute. I'm just gonna do. While we wait for Wiz to start up so I can raid him. Yes, Maya, go ahead and has the raid message ready. I need to make that a command. I can do that right now, actually, while I'm waiting. So we can let them get situated. But yeah, there's so much happening in this trial. And this is the 4th one. I'm like, what the hell's gonna happen in the 5th trial? Everyone up till now has just been bonkers. Okay. Custom commands. Let's make a new command. Right, so I can get that raid message. Easiest thing to do. Alright, I can just do it from here. Yeah, I hope you all are enjoying Great Ace Attorney. And I hope that I'm not annoying everyone too much with my voices, but I'm having fun with it. So this should work now, right? Dope. Did I say dope on a rock? Oh. But yeah, we're having a fun time. That's a lot. Oh, they started. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and raid everyone. Be nice, have fun, enjoy Sea of Thieves pirate stuff. It'll be a good time. And I will see y'all all later. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Bye.